Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on. No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods. Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in. Nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten. Not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still. The grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight, She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. "You think she's homeless?" Jen asked. "Maybe," I said. "But she looks too, put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird." "Should we call someone?" I shrugged. "She's not on our property." That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary. Early 50s, maybe. No visible scars or dirt. No signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by "he said I could come back when I'm ready"? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. "She told you she used to live here?" she asked. "Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back when she's ready." Jen frowned. "That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie." I nodded. She wasn't threatening. She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. "You think she's confused?" Jen asked. "Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops?" "She hasn't trespassed." We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture, same stillness, different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move, didn't blink. I checked the time again, 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kids' window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, that might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kids' window. Jen's face tightened. "Are you sure?" She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know." And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window. The kitchen. Right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone. You." "No," she said. "A professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was, right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling, hands clasped, head bowed, like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still, head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal, changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the 4th time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again, light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank, not expressionless. She looked sad, not weeping, not dramatic, just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled, barely, just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand, not waving, pointing, upstairs again, at the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full. Even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump. A flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. She told me I'd remember. Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. "You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again." "She's real." "I believe that you believe that." "No, Jen, she's real." "Okay," she said, not agreeing, not disagreeing, just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something. Anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there, but it had my name, my signature, a discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen. I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes. No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. Same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. I'll wait as long as it takes. That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to remember, really remember anything about someone named L, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case. Just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman. No proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? But I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. A soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. What's your name? She tilted her head. You used to know it. I don't. A soft smile. Not yet. You keep coming here, why? She looked up at the house. Because he said I could. Who's he? You. I swallowed. I never said that. You did, a long time ago. I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. You can't be here. I know. She looked down at her hands, but I don't have anywhere else to be. We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day, I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with how long has it been since your last visit. I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed. Because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines, written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, no impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. "Better," I said, "just tired." She handed me a folded sheet of paper. "I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer." I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again, no chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" "To remind you." "Of what?" "That I was here, that I still am." I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you?" She tilted her head. "You do." "I don't remember." "You will." "Were we," I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. "I don't know," I said instead. "I don't know what's real anymore." She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. "You said I could come back when I was ready," she said. When was that? You didn't know at the time. What did I say exactly? She closed her eyes. You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back, and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. You never came inside, I said. I promised I wouldn't. You kept that promise. She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real? Her smile didn't change. You're asking the wrong question. What's the right one? She paused, then said softly, why did you forget me? I felt dizzy. I don't know. She stepped closer. I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go, but you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking. I didn't mean to. I know. I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. Is it different now? Yes, I said. Better? Sometimes. She nodded. I'm sorry I scared you. You didn't, I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. You're not coming back again, are you? I asked. No. Because I remember now. No, she said. Because you're not mine anymore. I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back. And for the first time, she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions. Just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods. And this time, I didn't feel afraid. Because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did, but the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, a small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag, a memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might. Just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling. A steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known. Someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud, a few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, "It was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better, but also the reason it got so bad." I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you, and you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. I kept seeing her, I whispered. I believe you. It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, I remember. I haven't seen her since that last day, but I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right, when the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods, when I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises. I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept, not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited, and in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate. Just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time, and then moved on, like I did, like I had to. It was late afternoon when I pulled into the gas station, the kind of dusty, single-pump place you'd see in the background of a thriller movie and think, don't stop there. But my tank was almost on E, and the next exit wasn't for another 40 miles. I was already running on fumes and pushing my luck. The building itself was squat, whitewashed, and faded, half its letters missing from the old signage above the door. There was a red neon open sign in the window, barely flickering to life in the dying daylight. I parked by the only pump, killed the engine, and checked the mirror. Nothing but a flat 2-lane highway behind me, empty fields and trees ahead, not another soul in sight. I grabbed my wallet, stepped out, and the heat hit me like a punch. Dry, still, and heavy. The kind of air that makes your skin feel sticky the moment you're out in it. There was no card reader on the pump, so I walked inside. The bell above the door gave a weak jingle, and he was already standing there behind the counter like he'd been waiting. He was older than I expected, late 50s, maybe early 60s, greasy gray hair tied back into a stubby ponytail, yellowed eyes that tracked every inch of me the second I stepped in. "Afternoon," he said, voice slow and low. "Hey," I replied, keeping it neutral. "Need to fill up. Pump one." He didn't move to activate anything, just looked at me a little too long before nodding. "Where you headed?" I smiled politely. "Just passing through." His eyes lingered. "Long drive. You going alone?" My gut clenched, but I didn't show it. "No," I said quickly. "My husband's in the car." He raised his eyebrows a little, like I'd surprised him. "That right?" he said. "Didn't see him. Must be the tinted windows." I didn't respond. Instead, I stepped back toward the door. "You want a bottle of water for the road?" he asked suddenly. "Hot day. You look like you've been driving a while." "I'm good, thanks." He reached under the counter, pulled out a small plastic bottle, and set it down. "Free," he said, smiling wider, "on the house." I stared at it, then looked back at him. There was something in that smile, too much teeth, too much intention. the kind of smile that makes your skin itch. "No thanks," I said again. I turned and walked out, feeling his eyes on my back the whole way. As soon as I got in the car, I hit the lock button. The engine fired up, the AC roaring to life. I adjusted the mirror, about to pull out, when something in the rear view caught my attention. The man. He was outside now, walking around the back of the building with his phone pressed to his ear. I watched him stop, glance toward my car, and then quickly turn away. A spike of ice shot through my spine. I backed out and hit the road. The sun was lower now, shadows stretching long across the asphalt as I sped west. No traffic, no signs, just miles of nothing, the occasional rusted mailbox at the edge of a dirt driveway. I kept checking my mirrors, nothing behind me but dust. I told myself I was overreacting. I'd watched too many horror movies. He was probably just being weird, small-town weird, the kind of too friendly that gets filtered through awkwardness and poor social skills. But I couldn't shake the look he gave me, the way his tone shifted when I said I wasn't alone, like he'd already decided I was lying. After 20 minutes of quiet driving, I let out a shaky breath and turned up the radio, trying to distract myself. And that's when I saw the headlights in the mirror. A truck. Big, boxy, pickup style. I leaned forward slightly, watching as it gained on me slowly, but deliberately. It wasn't the same car from the station. That guy hadn't been driving a truck. But something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. It didn't pass me, just hovered a little too close, far too steady. I checked for plates. There weren't any. No front plate, no rear plate. My stomach dropped. I tapped the brakes lightly, just enough to signal. The truck didn't back off. I changed lanes. So did it. I slowed. It slowed. I sped up. It followed. I gripped the wheel tighter. No towns nearby, no rest stops, just this stretch of highway, growing darker by the second. I pulled out my phone, heart pounding, and checked for service. 1 bar, maybe 2, then nothing. No signal. My hands started to sweat. I turned the volume on the radio down and tried to breathe, eyes flicking from the road to the mirror to the road again. Still behind me. I turned off onto a narrow service road, gravel crunching beneath my tires, dust clouding the mirror. The truck didn't follow. For a second, I thought I'd lost it. But then, just as I reached a bend in the trees, I caught the glint of headlights turning in. It was back. Slower now. Like it didn't care about keeping up. Like it knew there was nowhere else for me to go. I reached into the glove box, fumbling through receipts and napkins, until I found the pepper spray I'd bought months ago and never used. I held it in one hand while steering with the other. This was real. This was happening. I had no idea who was driving that truck, but I knew it wasn't random. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The man at the gas station had made a call. I knew it in my bones. He hadn't followed me, he'd sent someone. My phone buzzed. For half a second, I thought maybe I'd gotten service back. But it wasn't a call. It was a text. From an unknown number. You shouldn't have lied. I almost dropped the phone. I looked in the mirror again. The truck's headlights flashed once, then went dark. Still there. Still following. But now in the dark. No lights, no sound. Just the outline of a shape moving behind me. I pressed the gas. The gravel road turned narrow, tighter, lined by woods on both sides. No more signs. No more exits. Just me. And him. The trees closed in on either side like ribs. My high beams cut through the darkness, barely illuminating the road ahead, which had gone from gravel to dirt. My knuckles were white on the wheel, the pepper spray clenched in my other hand, shaking just enough that I had to rest it on my leg to steady it. The truck behind me wasn't using its lights anymore. I only knew it was there because I could see faint movement in the shadows, the slight sway of branches from displaced air. No engine noise, no headlights. Just the presence of something massive creeping through the woods behind me, using the dark like it belonged to it. The phone sat in the passenger seat. I kept glancing at it, hoping for a flicker of signal, anything. But it was blank, useless. The text still glared on the screen. You shouldn't have lied. I tried to think through the options. If I kept driving, I'd eventually have to stop. The road couldn't go on forever. If I turned off and tried to hide, I'd be easy to box in. I needed a town, a house, a person. But this wasn't the kind of area where you stumbled on someone's front porch. This was the kind of place where people had no trespassing signs and pit bulls. This was the kind of place where you disappeared, and no one asked too many questions. Another bend in the road, then another. Still behind me. Still no headlights. Then movement. Off to the right, a shape darting between trees, fast, low to the ground. A second person? I nearly veered off the path, jerking the wheel to avoid something that might have been nothing at all. My tires hit a patch of soft dirt and skidded before regaining grip. I hit the gas harder. Branches scraped the roof. The undercarriage rattled. Every bump in the road sounded like bones snapping under the tires. My brain was running in loops. Why me? Was this a thing? Something organized? A network? Did they wait at those back road stations looking for people like me alone, tired, just enough out of their comfort zone not to fight back? I thought about the man behind the counter, the way he smiled too long, the way he didn't even blink when I said my husband was in the car, like he was testing me. I failed the test. Now someone else was driving behind me, sent by him or working with him, and they wanted something. What, I couldn't guess, but nothing good. Then, ahead, something new. Lights. Not headlights, floodlights. Two of them, faint through the trees. I blinked, trying to make sense of them. A structure, a house? I kept driving, steering toward the light, desperate now. The road curved hard left and opened into a small clearing. A trailer sat at the center. Old, beat up, covered in rust and shadow. The floodlights were mounted high on poles, aimed down at the clearing like they were set up to deter animals or people. I slowed to a crawl, unsure if I was walking into safety or something worse. There was a truck in the drive. An old one, not the one following me. My car coasted to a stop. I looked in the mirror. Nothing. For the first time in nearly 30 minutes, I didn't see the shadow of the truck behind me. Had it stopped? I rolled the window down slightly, listening. Crickets, wind, my own breathing. And then the screen door of the trailer creaked open. A man stepped out, mid-40s, beard, work boots, holding a beer in one hand, phone in the other. He stared at me. I hesitated, then opened my door, leaving the engine running. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound normal. "Sorry to bother you. I think someone's following me." He didn't respond. He took a long sip of his beer, eyes never leaving me. I stepped closer. "Did you see a truck come through here?" "Nothing." I took another step. He finally spoke. "What color?" My stomach twisted. He knew. He knew. Dark green, no plates. He scratched his beard, glanced back into the trailer. Then casually he said, "Didn't see one." He said it too smoothly, too practiced, like someone reciting a line. I backed away. "Sorry," I mumbled. "I'll keep moving." He didn't stop me. Didn't ask if I needed help. Didn't offer a phone or directions or even pretend to care. He just turned and went back inside. I got back in my car and reversed out of the clearing, nearly hitting a tree in my hurry. Back onto the dirt road. No more lights, no more houses, no more people. I drove. Fast. Every noise outside the car made my chest tighten. Every shadow was a person. Every tree was a silhouette. Then another buzz from the phone. Another text. "Don't trust the house." I stared at it in disbelief. Then my headlights hit something ahead. A second car, parked sideways across the road, blocking the path. My heart dropped. No one inside. I slowed to a stop, 10 feet from the vehicle. Just long enough to see the outline of movement in the trees again. Left side this time. Then the right. Then directly in front of me, emerging from the shadows, a figure. Not the man from the gas station. Not the man from the trailer. Someone else entirely. Wearing a hoodie, hands in his pockets. Standing perfectly still. And smiling. I shifted into reverse and hit the gas, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't care where I ended up. I just needed to get away. My tires skidded across the dirt as I threw the car into reverse, gravel spraying out behind me like a warning. The man in the hoodie didn't flinch. He just stood there in the road, blocking my path forward, smiling like he already knew I wasn't getting away. The further I backed up, the narrower the road felt. The trees seemed to push closer, their gnarled limbs clawing at the side mirrors, tapping the roof like fingers trying to find a way in. I hit a bend too fast and nearly fishtailed, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. There was no way I was staying anywhere near that blocked road. Not with a stranger waiting and those half-seen figures in the trees. I drove backward until I found a clearing wide enough to turn around without ending up in a ditch. Once I had the car facing the other direction, I floored it. I didn't care if I blew a tire or cracked the undercarriage. I just needed distance. The sky was dark now, moonless. My headlights were the only thing lighting the way, bouncing erratically with every rut and dip in the road. At some point, I realized I was crying. Not sobbing, just this steady stream of tears running down my face, cold and silent. My hands ached from gripping the wheel so tightly. My lower back was screaming from the tension. I glanced at my phone again. Still no service. But the screen was on, lit up with the last text. Don't trust the house. What house? The trailer? Or was there something else ahead they didn't want me to find? That phrase spun around in my head, mixing with the memory of the man behind the gas station counter and the one outside the trailer, too calm, too blank, like none of this was new to them. I drove until the road smoothed out again. Gravel turned to cracked pavement, a small relief. Then, finally, I saw a sign. Millersville, 8 miles. Civilization, maybe. But after everything that had happened, even the idea of another town made my skin crawl. Who was to say they weren't in on it too? Still, I had no other choice. I kept driving, slowing only when I spotted another car ahead, this one parked on the side of the road, half hidden in the trees. I tensed up, easing off the gas. But no one was inside. It looked abandoned, dusty, like it had been there a while. Still, I didn't stop. Not until I reached the outskirts of Millersville. The first thing I saw was a small diner, its neon sign flickering, one of the letters burnt out. There was a payphone out front, the kind I hadn't seen in years. I pulled in, parked close to the building, and scanned the lot. 3 other cars, all empty. I didn't go inside. Not yet. Instead, I walked straight to the payphone, digging in my glove box for coins like it was 1,995. I called my sister. It rang once. Twice. Then, hello? Her voice almost cracked me. Jules, I said, nearly whispering. It's me. Where the hell are you? I've been texting you all night. I don't have service. I looked around. I don't know. Somewhere near Millersville, I think. Something weird happened. Weird how? I hesitated. I think someone's been following me. Silence. Like actually following? Or... Jules, I'm serious. I stopped for gas. The guy was off. He called someone. And then this truck with no plates started tailing me for miles. There were people in the woods. A car blocking the road. I think I almost walked into something bad. Her voice went tight. Where are you now? A diner. I'm gonna go inside and ask if I can use their phone to call the police. Just stay on the line. I'm pulling up your location now. Stay put. I hung up the payphone and walked inside the diner. The bell jingled, and a blast of warm air hit me, greasy and thick with the smell of fried food. A few people were seated at booths. none of them paying much attention. The waitress behind the counter looked up. "Evening," she said. "Help you?" I nodded, trying to steady my voice. "Is there a landline I can use? I need to call the police." Her expression didn't change. Not surprise, not concern, just still. "We don't give out our phone, hon." I blinked. "It's an emergency. Someone was following me." "You're safe now," she said, her voice flat. "You can sit, get a bite. It's all quiet out here." "No," I said, backing toward the door. "I just need to make a call." Behind me, the door opened. I turned. A man stepped in. Not the gas station guy, not hoodie man, but his face was familiar. It took a second, then it hit me. He was in one of the pictures on the wall, a framed photo near the entrance locals, posing out front of the diner, smiling. I'd seen him just seconds earlier, standing in the photo. Now here he was, wearing the same shirt. He smiled at me. "Long night?" he asked. I didn't respond. The waitress glanced at him, then at me. Something passed between them, an understanding I wasn't part of. I stepped outside, letting the door swing shut behind me. My heart pounded. I ran to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. The lights inside the diner flickered once. Then again. I checked my phone. Still no service. No texts, no calls. Just a new notification from a number with no name. "They already know you're here." I didn't scream. I couldn't. All I could do was start the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely keep them on the wheel. And then, slowly, I backed out of the lot and drove back into the dark. I drove fast. Not reckless fast, just that kind of steady speed that keeps your mind from unraveling. My high beams stayed on, bouncing off trees and road signs as I put more distance between me and that diner. My eyes kept going to the rearview mirror, waiting for headlights, waiting for someone to step out from the trees. But the road stayed empty. Just the hum of tires on pavement and the soft rattle of something loose in my glove box. My hands were raw from how tight I'd been gripping the wheel all night. Every muscle in my back ached. My head throbbed behind my eyes, like my body was screaming for sleep, but my mind refused to shut down. The text stayed open on my phone. "They already know you're here." I didn't know what that meant, not really. But every person I'd seen since leaving the gas station, the man behind the counter, the guy at the trailer, the man in the hoodie, the people at the diner, they all felt connected. And now it felt like Millersville wasn't just a stop on the map. It was part of something bigger, something I'd accidentally walked into. I thought back to the gas station again, how the man had smiled too wide, how he'd insisted I take the water. He'd tried to slow me down, tried to keep me there. Why? What would have happened if I'd stayed even 5 minutes longer? I passed a faded sign for another county and noticed my gas was low again. A quarter tank, maybe a little less. I hadn't seen another station in miles. I didn't want to stop again, but I couldn't risk breaking down in the middle of nowhere either. 10 more minutes passed before I spotted a sign, "Gas, 2 miles." I hesitated. then took the exit. The road dipped, leading into a denser patch of woods, darker than before. The trees here leaned closer to the road, casting long shadows that looked like figures standing still. Then I saw the station. Small, old, lit by a single overhead bulb flickering like it was on its last breath. But it was open. The neon sign buzzed in the window, the only color in a world gone gray. I pulled in slowly, scanning the lot. One car parked on the side, no one inside. The building itself was quiet, no movement behind the glass. I hesitated, then grabbed my wallet, leaving my phone on the seat. I wasn't going far. As soon as I stepped out, the night air hit me cool, sharp, like the first time I'd really felt the weather since this all began. I approached the pump. Card reader broken. Of course. I headed for the door, mentally rehearsing what I'd say. Keep it short. Pay for gas. Don't talk too much. Trust no one. I pushed the door open, and the bell jingled. Behind the counter was a woman in her 40s. Dark hair pulled back, heavy makeup. She looked up and gave me a small, tired smile. "Evening," she said. "Hi, just $10 on pump 1. She nodded, didn't ask any questions, took my card, ran it. I watched her closely. No weird smile. No lingering eye contact. No questions about whether I was alone. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Bathroom's out back if you need it," she said, pointing toward the side door. "I'm good. Just needed the gas." She handed back my card. "Be safe out there." For once, it sounded like she meant it. I nodded and turned to leave. I made it halfway to the pump before I saw the man. He was standing across the road, just at the edge of the tree line, still watching. Same hoodie, same outline, same person from earlier. He hadn't followed me in a car. He'd walked. Or maybe he'd been there the whole time. I turned back toward the station, ready to run, to shout, to warn the woman. But when I looked through the window, she was gone. Not behind the counter. Not anywhere. I stood frozen, staring. Then, slowly, the lights inside the station began to dim. Not off. Just down. Like someone was turning a dial. And then the neon sign went dark. I backed up, got in the car, locked the doors. The man across the road hadn't moved. I turned the key. Engine roared to life. I didn't even bother finishing the fill-up. I threw it into gear and peeled out, tires screaming against the pavement. I checked the mirror once I got back to the main road. The man was gone. Back on the highway, the dread settled deeper into my gut. There was no escaping this. No matter where I turned, someone was waiting, watching. Every stop felt coordinated. Every face part of something I didn't understand. The people weren't working together in a traditional sense, no matching clothes, no visible signals. But they knew. Each one of them knew I wasn't supposed to be there, knew I was alone, knew how scared I was. And they enjoyed it. That was the worst part. They enjoyed it. Around 3 a.m., I finally saw another sign of life. A motel. Old, run down, but lit. Vacancy, the sign said in flickering red. I didn't want to stop, but I couldn't keep driving forever. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out how the hell to get out of this maze. I pulled in, shut off the engine, and just sat there for a minute, listening. Nothing but the wind. I grabbed my phone. Still no signal. But a new message had arrived anyway. Room 6, leave your key in the door. My mouth went dry. I checked the battery, 10% left. I looked at the motel office. The door was open. Inside, a man stood behind the counter, smiling. Same smile. Too wide. Too still. Like he'd been expecting me. I didn't get out of the car right away. I sat there with the engine idling, watching the office through the windshield, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to get out. The man behind the counter hadn't moved. He was just standing there, staring at the front door, not at me, not even out the window, but like he already knew I was watching him. I looked down at the message again. Room 6, leave your key in the door. No number, no sender. The phone still said no service. There was no reason I should have gotten that text, unless whoever sent it didn't need a network. Unless they were already inside it. I looked back up at the man in the office. He was gone. I blinked and leaned forward, scanning the front window, but the counter was empty. I locked the doors again and killed the headlights. The motel was dark enough now that I felt exposed even sitting inside the car. The sign still buzzed above me, casting everything in red. I thought about turning around and driving away. I still could. The tank wasn't full, but it'd get me at least another 50 miles. That had to be far enough to get out of whatever trap I'd driven into, right? But something kept me parked. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was a need to understand what was really happening. I felt like I'd stepped into a script that everyone else had read but me. Everyone I'd met, the guy at the gas station, the waitress, the man in the hoodie, they all played their parts without blinking. And I was the outsider who didn't know the ending. That kind of fear gets inside you, makes you freeze, even when you know you should run. Finally, I turned off the ignition and got out. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes. Every step toward the motel office sounded louder than it should have, like the world was holding its breath. The office door creaked open with barely a push. No one inside. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old cigarettes. There was a lamp on the counter and a bell. The register was one of those old-school flip number types, dust-covered, barely functioning. A room key sat on the desk. Plastic fob, number 6, printed in faded black letters. I didn't want to touch it. I did anyway. When I picked it up, a piece of paper slid out from underneath it, small, yellowed, folded twice. It said, in neat block letters, "One night, that's all you get." That was it. No signature. No date. Just that sentence. I didn't want the room. I didn't want to stay. But something told me that if I left now without taking the key, without playing along the thing chasing me, wouldn't stop. Maybe it wouldn't stop even if I did. But at least if I stayed, maybe I'd learn something. Maybe I'd figure out what the hell this was. I walked out into the night again and found room 6 halfway down the strip. A single light flickered above the door. The curtains were drawn. The door was closed. I slid the key into the lock, and for a second, my hand hesitated. Then I turned it. The door opened. The room was normal. Ugly, sure. Pale yellow walls, mismatched furniture, carpet that looked like it hadn't been vacuumed since the 90s. But normal. And empty. No one inside. No sign of life. The bed was made. A single lamp glowed beside it. The bathroom door was slightly ajar. I stepped in, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I set the key on the nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't take off my shoes. Didn't move much at all, actually. Just sat there and stared at the wall for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have dozed off. But I woke up to the sound of a knock. 3 sharp raps on the door. I sat bolt upright, adrenaline snapping me awake. I checked the time. 3:14 a.m. Of course it was. The knock came again. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't speak. Whoever was out there didn't knock again. Instead, I heard the soft tap, tap, tap of footsteps moving past my window. Slow. Deliberate. Then nothing. I waited 10 minutes before I got up. I opened the bathroom door first. Empty. Then I approached the window. I pulled the curtain back slowly, just an inch, and peered out. The parking lot was empty. No other cars. No sign of anyone walking. But on the hood of my car, in the condensation that had formed in the night, there was something written. Almost done. I stepped back and let the curtain fall shut. I didn't sleep again. Morning came too slowly. By the time the sky began to lighten, I was packed and standing by the door with my keys in one hand and the pepper spray in the other. I opened the door just as the motel office lights flicked on. The man from the night before, the one I'd seen behind the counter, was walking out with a cup of coffee. He looked at me, nodded once, and kept walking. Didn't speak. Didn't ask how I slept. Just walked across the lot and disappeared around the side of the building. I got in my car, started it, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, I saw a single bar of signal appear on my phone. It lasted maybe 5 seconds. Just long enough for one more message to come through. You'll forget all of this by tomorrow, but we won't. Then the signal disappeared again, and I drove away from room 6, praying the road ahead didn't lead me back to where I started. The highway stretched out ahead of me, empty and pale in the morning light. It looked peaceful, almost innocent, like it hadn't just swallowed me whole the night before. I kept driving. No music, no radio, just the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional rattle from the loose panel near the glove box. I didn't stop. Not when I passed a diner, not when I passed a gas station, not even when the needle hovered close to empty again. I didn't trust any of it anymore. And I don't know how long I drove, maybe hours, maybe all day. I just kept going until the landscape began to change. The trees got taller, the air clearer. Fewer dead patches of road and more signs of life. I passed a sign that made me start to believe I might be okay. State line 3 miles. Crossing out of wherever I'd been felt like some sort of checkpoint in my head. Like the further I got from that motel, from Millersville, from the gas station and the man in the hoodie, the more I'd return to myself. But there was something else, something I hadn't expected. I couldn't remember the route I'd taken. Not exactly. When I tried to retrace it, to piece it together logically, it didn't add up. Roads that weren't on maps. Turns I never meant to make. The gas station. It wasn't listed anywhere I could find, not even in satellite view. Millersville? Too many results across different states. None of them looked familiar. Even the motel was a blank. I pulled into a bigger town sometime just after noon. It had a police station, a couple of fast food chains, even a grocery store with a parking lot full of cars. For the first time in over 24 hours, I felt like I wasn't alone in the worst possible way. I parked in front of the police station and walked in. No dramatics, no shouting. I just asked to speak to someone. The officer they sent out was a woman in her early 40s. She offered me coffee. I said yes, even though my hands were shaking too badly to hold the cup. "Take your time," she said, sliding a notepad across the table. "Just start from the beginning." So I told her. Everything. The gas station, the man, the truck with no plates, the people who always seemed to know where I'd be, the messages, the diner, the trailer, the motel. Room 6. I didn't leave anything out. She wrote things down, not everything, just enough. When I was finished, she nodded slowly and set her pen down. "Do you still have your phone?" she asked. I handed it over. She looked through it, saw the texts, the no service screen. She asked if I'd downloaded any new apps recently. I hadn't. Then she asked if she could take it in the back for a minute. I said sure. 15 minutes later, she came back and set the phone in front of me. "There's nothing there." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "No messages, no call logs, no location data, nothing from the last 48 hours, like it was wiped." I felt my breath catch in my throat. "I didn't delete anything." "I believe you." She wasn't patronizing. She sounded like she meant it, but the way she said it like this wasn't the first time someone had come in with a story like mine that unsettled me even more. Then she said something I'll never forget. "You'd be surprised how many people come through here with pieces of the same story, different details, same bones. Woman traveling alone, weird gas station, people watching from nowhere. A motel that doesn't show up on maps. They always end up here, or somewhere like here." I stared at her. "You're saying this happens a lot?" She hesitated. "I'm saying it's not unheard of." I swallowed hard. "So what is it?" She sighed, leaned back in her chair. "Could be people. Some weird ring of folks who like to mess with travelers. Could be something stranger, I don't pretend to know. But I do know this: everyone who makes it out, like you did, ends up changed. Not all of them physically, but they remember, even if no one else does. I didn't know what to say. I asked her what I was supposed to do now. She shrugged. Go home. Let your people know you're okay. Get some sleep. And if you ever get another message, don't answer it. That night, I checked into a normal hotel, one with security cameras and a lobby full of tired families and businessmen eating vending machine snacks. I slept with the lights on. When I got back home 2 days later, everything looked the same. But I didn't feel the same. I checked my doors 3 times before bed. I stopped going for long drives alone. I traded my car, and a month later, even though nothing was wrong with it, just didn't like the memories attached. I told my sister everything. She believed me, or at least pretended to. She's good like that. Eventually, I went back to work. I tried to move on. And mostly, I did. But every so often I'd be walking through the grocery store or pumping gas or sitting in traffic, and I'd feel it. That same pressure. Like eyes on the back of my neck. Like someone was keeping track of me. Making sure I didn't talk too much. Or ask too many questions. I started writing it all down, every detail I could remember, in case it ever happened again, in case someone else needed to know they weren't losing their mind. I never heard from them again. Not directly. But one night, maybe 6 months later, I was cleaning out an old backpack I hadn't used since the trip, and I found something wedged deep in the bottom pocket. A key. Plastic fob. Room 6. No note. No explanation. Just the key. I didn't scream. Didn't panic. I just held it in my hand for a long time, then walked to the trash can and dropped it in. Because I wasn't going back. Not ever. Whatever game they were playing, whatever system they used to find people like me, I was done. I'd made it out, and that was enough. Let someone else take the room next time. It showed up on a Thursday, late morning. I was working from home, half answering emails, half trying not to fall into a YouTube hole. It was one of those cold, gray days where everything feels like it's moving half a second slower than usual. The knock didn't even sound like a knock. It was more like someone thumped their fist against the door once, then walked away. I figured it was a delivery, so I opened the door and looked around. Nobody there. Just a small package sitting dead center on the welcome mat. No box markings, no Amazon tape, no shipping label, just plain brown cardboard sealed with duct tape, with a bright red, fragile sticker slapped on the top like an afterthought. I didn't think much of it at first. I get deliveries all the time, work stuff. Junk I forgot I ordered, the usual. But something about this one bugged me right away. I picked it up and turned it over. No address, no sender, no postage. Not even my name. Just nothing. I looked up and down the street like maybe someone was pranking me. But everything was normal. Trash bins at the curb, leaves blowing across the sidewalk, no one in sight. I brought the box inside and set it on the kitchen table, sat down, stared at it for a minute. That's when the unease started creeping in, not panic or fear, just that off-center feeling you get when you walk into a room and forget why you're there, something not fitting into the pattern. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a steak knife and sliced through the duct tape. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, were two things. A black burner phone, still in its shrink wrap, and a flash drive. That's it. No note, no instructions, just those two items sitting there like a puzzle I didn't ask for. I took the flash drive out first. Standard USB, no markings. I plugged it into my laptop, more out of habit than logic. I think I was expecting some kind of weird spam file or a dumb prank video. Maybe someone in my building accidentally dropped it at the wrong unit. What opened was a folder, no name. Inside were video files, dozens of them. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Grainy, jittery footage. Some of it shot from high angles, like security cameras. Others were handheld. Phones, probably. Or dash cams. I clicked on the first one. A woman walking home from work. She had a tote bag, white sneakers, AirPods in. The camera followed her from a distance, staying behind trees and cars. At one point, she stopped to look at her phone, and the camera zoomed in, shaky, breathing audible in the background. My stomach turned a little. I clicked another. A different woman, this time at the gym. The angle was from behind a cracked locker door. She was tying her hair up. The camera lingered, moved closer. The next video showed someone's kitchen window at night, interior light on, a woman inside making tea. The camera sat still in the dark, filming through the glass. I opened 3 more files in quick succession. Different women, different places. Always the same thing. Someone watching. Not once did the women look at the camera. They never knew. I sat back, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. I ejected the drive and shoved it back into the box. My hands felt weird, tingly, like they'd touched something hot, and the nerves were just starting to register it. I grabbed the burner phone next. Still in its plastic, brand new. I didn't open it. Not then. Instead, I called the non-emergency police line. I told them I received a suspicious package, that it contained possible evidence of stalking, maybe even a crime. They told me someone would follow up. I hung up and stared at the phone again. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw one of those women from the videos looking over her shoulder, not because she knew she was being watched, but because she felt it. That stayed with me. The next morning, no one had called me back. By noon, I called the station again, got transferred twice, left a voicemail, never heard anything. That night, around 8:30, the burner phone rang. It was sitting on my desk, still sealed. The sound made me jump. I stared at it until the ringing stopped. It started again immediately. So I answered. There was a soft click, followed by a second of dead silence. Then a voice. Distorted, filtered, hollow. "You opened it," the voice said. It wasn't a question. "That means it's yours now." Click. Dead line. No number, Just unknown. I didn't sleep at all that night. I checked all the locks twice, left the porch light on. Every time a car drove past, I peeked through the blinds. Still nothing. But by the next morning, I started feeling watched, not from inside the house, outside. Like if I opened the door too fast, someone would be standing on the sidewalk pretending to tie their shoe, or if I stepped onto the porch, a camera shutter would click somewhere behind a parked car. Paranoia, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not real. 2 days later, I saw the van. White, no logo, idling across the street, lights off. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see the driver. It sat there for about 10 minutes. Then it rolled away. I watched it disappear down the road, didn't chase it, didn't call anyone, just stood there at the window, holding the curtain edge like it was a shield. Later that night, I went back through the drive. I looked at the footage frame by frame, faces, locations. One of the gym clips had a mirror in the background. I zoomed in. And there it was. The same white van, parked outside, partially obscured by trees. It wasn't just following them. It had been part of the story the whole time. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself it wasn't the same van. White vans are everywhere. Delivery drivers, contractors, maintenance crews. It didn't have to be the van, but that logic didn't stick for long. I kept flashing back to the video, that grainy reflection in the gym mirror. Same shape, same taillight sticker on the left corner. And it wasn't just that it looked the same, it was the way it parked, the way it sat. Lights off, engine running, facing my house. I didn't go outside that day, not even to grab the mail. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the non-emergency line. I told them everything: the package, the burner phone, the drive, the van. They said an officer would swing by. I waited 3 hours. No one came. When I called again, they said my report had been noted, but there wasn't much they could do unless I had something actionable. No license plate, no footage, no confirmed threat. Just a gut feeling. I asked if they wanted the burner phone or the drive. They said, "You can turn it in if you'd like, but we can't guarantee follow-up." It didn't feel like a brush-off exactly, just bureaucracy doing what bureaucracy does, taking the teeth out of urgency. That night, I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, ordered takeout, kept the lights low, but I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, scanning the street for headlights. Nothing. Until just after 11, when I went to brush my teeth and noticed something strange. My bathroom window doesn't face the front of the house. It faces the side, toward the alley. There's a narrow gap between my place and the neighbors, maybe 10 feet wide. Just enough space for trash bins and weeds. As I leaned over the sink, I saw movement. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Someone was standing in the alley, just standing there. They weren't looking into my window. They were facing the other way, toward the back fence. But the posture was too stiff to be casual. No phone, no smoke, no motion at all. Just stillness. Like they were waiting for something. I shut the light off, then peeked again. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I didn't sleep that night, again. The next day, I started making copies of the videos. I bought a fresh pack of drives, transferred everything from the original one, labeled each folder with the dates and timestamps that were embedded in the file data. I figured if anything happened to me, I needed someone else to have this, something to prove I didn't make it up. I emailed a copy to myself, sent another to a burner Gmail account I made that morning, hid one of the physical drives inside an empty cereal box in the back of the pantry. Paranoid? Probably. But it gave me some illusion of control, and that was better than nothing. Later that night, the burner phone rang again. It had been silent since that first call. I'd left it in a drawer, battery still full. When the screen lit up, it was the same as before, unknown number. No caller ID. No ringtone, just vibration. I let it buzz for a while, didn't want to answer. But eventually, I did. This time the voice was quieter, same distortion, but almost tired. "You're still watching," it said. I didn't respond. The voice waited, then said, "You shouldn't be." And then it hung up. I stood there holding the phone like it was radioactive. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sit in Zoom meetings pretending I wasn't unraveling. I didn't even log on, just sent a vague email about feeling unwell. Instead, I drove. Nowhere in particular, just away. I put on sunglasses and a hoodie and took back roads out of town. Every time I passed a white van, I felt my pulse jump. I ended up at a rest stop about an hour outside the city, sat there for 20 minutes with the windows up, locked, engine running. Then I realized I was being watched again. Not by a person, by a camera. Mounted on the corner of the rest stop building, angled right at me. I know it sounds ridiculous. Of course I was being watched. It's a public area. Security is everywhere these days. But something about that moment hit me differently. For the first time since this started, I wasn't just afraid of whoever had sent the package. I was afraid of being seen with it, of being connected to it. Because what if someone had followed me? What if a camera somewhere picked up footage of me carrying that box inside my house? What if someone traced it back, scrubbed it to make it look like I was the one recording those women? That's when I finally understood what the voice meant. You opened it. That means it's yours now. I wasn't just a recipient. I was now part of the chain. When I got home, I checked every inch of my place. Not just the locks, but the vents, the smoke detector, the potted plants. I even unscrewed a light switch plate just to make sure nothing was behind it. No cameras, no wires. But when I turned on my computer to check the burner Gmail, the inbox had a new message. No subject, no body, just a link. I stared at it for a long time. Clicked it. It led to a private live stream, one that had already been playing for nearly 2 hours. It was footage of someone's apartment. Not mine, but familiar. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, working at her kitchen table, drinking coffee, typing something into her laptop, completely unaware. The stream had no chat, no name, no watermark. I refreshed the page, it kept going. I watched for a few more minutes, heart pounding. And then she looked up. not at the camera, just into the room, like she'd heard something. She stood up, walked to her front door, looked through the peephole. She stayed there for a while. Then she walked back, sat down, and shut her laptop. The feed cut to black, and my screen stayed that way. No rewind, no playback. Just blank. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark. For a long time I didn't move. I just sat there with my hands on my knees, staring at nothing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do now, what anyone would do. Because the truth was, I didn't know if what I'd seen had already happened, or if it was happening live. I didn't know who the woman was. I didn't know what I was watching. And I didn't know if I was the only one watching it. That was the part that got under my skin. Not the footage itself, disturbing as it was. Not even the idea that someone was out there recording strangers. It was the implication that I was expected to see it. Not as a witness, as a participant. That night, I pulled all the blinds in the house. Not just closed them, taped them down. I shut the laptop, unplugged the router, left my phone on airplane mode. Then I packed the burner phone and the flash drive into a shoebox, duct taped it shut, and shoved it into the bottom of my closet behind a stack of old coats I hadn't worn since college. I wanted to believe that if I physically distanced myself from it, if I pushed it far enough away, it would lose interest in me. Like a stray dog that would stop following if you stopped feeding it. That worked for a little while. For almost 3 full days, everything was quiet. No van, no calls, no emails. I tried to work, tried to act like a normal person again. I even went out for groceries, walked the longer route around the neighborhood, just to keep my head clear. It was cloudy that day, drizzling, that kind of slow, soft rain that makes you feel like time is passing slower than it really is. It almost felt normal. Until I got home and found the envelope. It had been slid under my door, thick manila, no writing on it, not sealed. I picked it up slowly, already feeling that sinking weight in my stomach return. Inside were photos. Printed, glossy, full color. The first few were of my house, different angles. From the street, from the alley, one from my backyard near the fence line. Then they moved inside. Shots through my windows, me at my desk, me brushing my teeth, me eating on the couch with the TV on. But it was the last photo that nearly made me drop the envelope. It was a picture of me asleep, in bed, taken from inside the room. I stood there for a long time just holding it, chest tight, every part of me buzzing. It wasn't just that someone had been in the house. It was that I didn't know when. There had been no forced entry, no signs of a break-in. The locks were untouched, the windows all still latched. The alarm system, which I'd finally started using, had never gone off. Nothing. I tore through the house again, checked everything. Closets, crawl space. Even inside the vents, nothing. I found the shoebox still in place, unopened, untouched. That somehow made it worse. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the formalities. I told them someone had been in my house and left behind surveillance photos. I told them it wasn't a prank, that I felt unsafe, that someone was stalking me. They said they'd send someone. An officer showed up an hour later. Young guy, polite, but skeptical. He looked through the photos, took a few notes, asked if anything was missing. I told him no, just that they'd been inside. He asked if I had roommates, any exes who might want to mess with me. I said no. Then he asked if I had any enemies. That one caught me off guard. I almost laughed. What does that mean? Like people who want to kill me? He shrugged. Sometimes it's not about killing, just control or chaos. There are people who do stuff like this for fun. They like watching what happens when you know you're being watched. That stuck with me. They like watching what happens. He filed a report and said they'd follow up if anything came of it. I didn't believe him. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, exactly. Not even because I thought someone might come back. It was something else. This deep, creeping suspicion that I'd already crossed some invisible line. That it didn't matter what I did now. The door was open, and I hadn't closed it in time. The next morning, I called in sick again, made coffee I didn't drink, sat on the couch flipping through the photos until my hands went numb. Then I opened the laptop again. The live stream was gone. The link led to a blank page now, 404 not found. I checked the email it came from, deleted. The burner Gmail account had been wiped too. Everything I'd sent to it was gone. I tried the other drive's copies I'd made, backups I thought were safe. 2 wouldn't open. The third one had files, but when I clicked them, every video showed static. Corrupted. I dug the shoebox out from the closet and opened it. The original flash drive was gone. So was the burner phone. In their place was a note, typed in all lowercase on a strip of plain white paper. You don't need these anymore. That was it. No threats, no instructions, no explanation. Just confirmation. They'd been in my house again. Not just once, again. And they hadn't taken anything. They hadn't destroyed anything. They'd replaced the evidence with a message. They wanted me to know. That afternoon, I put everything I had left, the photos, the note, even the shoebox, into a garbage bag and drove it to the far side of the city. I tossed it into a random construction dumpster and walked away without looking back. I didn't know if it would help, but it was something. When I got home, there was nothing on my porch, no envelope, no phone call, no new emails. Just silence. For the first time since this started, I felt something close to peace. But it didn't last. Because just after midnight, my phone buzzed. Not the burner. My real one. And there, in my messages, was a single photo. Blurry, low resolution, but unmistakable. It was a picture of the woman from the live stream. This time she was asleep, and the photo had been taken from inside her room. I stared at the photo on my phone for a long time. I didn't save it. I didn't delete it. I just stared, like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd see something new, a detail I missed. A reflection in the mirror, a shadow in the corner, anything that would help me understand what I was actually looking at. But it was just her, the woman from the live stream, asleep in her bed. Same room, same blankets, same worn headboard, Same angle as before. Same sickening implication. Someone had been in her home, standing right there, just feet from where she slept. And somehow, they'd sent it to me. My personal number, not the burner, not email, me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what this was anymore. It wasn't just voyeurism. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a trap, not in the traditional sense. This was something else, something deliberate, slow, like someone winding a clock, watching to see how long it would take for me to break. I tried calling the number back. Blocked. I tried saving the image, forwarding it to my computer, to my work account, to anywhere outside my phone. Every attempt failed. File cannot be transferred. Unsupported format. Corrupted attachment. But I could still see it, clear as day. I called the police. Again. Told them someone had broken into my home twice. Had sent me a photo of a sleeping woman taken inside her bedroom. They asked if I knew her. I said no. They asked if I had the original message. I said yes. They told me to come in the next day and file a report in person. That was it. No urgency, no visit, no follow-up. Just a clipboard and a desk if I wanted it. I didn't sleep that night, again. I sat on the couch with all the lights on and tried to reason through it. Was this just punishment? For opening the box? For not reporting it soon enough? For seeing too much? Was I being warned? Or was I being invited? Because the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel like they didn't want me to run. They wanted me to watch. To keep watching. And every time I tried to pull away, they sent something new, a reminder that I was still part of this, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I didn't go to the police station. I just couldn't. I didn't have anything solid, a blurry photo, a wiped flash drive, a phone that vanished from my own locked closet. It all sounded insane when I played it back in my head. Like something a person makes up when they're having a breakdown. Instead, I called in sick again. I couldn't even remember the last time I worked a full week. That afternoon, I started researching. Not on my main laptop. I used an old one I kept in the closet, barely functional, something I hadn't touched in years. I didn't log into any accounts. No Wi-Fi. Just tethered it to a mobile hotspot and started digging. I looked up missing persons in my area, surveillance crimes, burglary cases where nothing was taken, women who'd gone to the police about being followed but were dismissed. I combed through forums, comment sections, weird Reddit threads that skirted the edge of being removed. And I started seeing patterns. Most of the cases weren't connected by location or method. They didn't even fit the same age groups or neighborhoods. But they did have one thing in common. No one ever believed them. Most reports were dropped. The people who filed them stopped following up. In a few of the older threads, the original posters deleted their accounts entirely. One thread stood out. It was short, only 3 comments. The subject line just said, "I saw the van. What happens now?" The original post had been removed. So had the user. But someone had replied, a user called Passenger Seat, with an old account that hadn't posted since. The comment was simple, just 3 sentences. Don't try to track them. Don't call the cops again. Whatever you do, don't open the second package. That's what froze me. The second package. I hadn't received one. Not yet. But the way the message was written, not if, when made it clear that this was part of the pattern. You get one, you engage, and if you keep watching, they send another. An escalation. I shut the laptop and packed it back into the closet. And then I waited. I didn't want to. I didn't have a plan. But what else was there to do? The police wouldn't help. No one I knew would believe me. I couldn't send the photos, couldn't save the evidence, couldn't even hold on to the original hardware without it vanishing or corrupting. All I could do was try to stay ahead of whatever was coming next. But I didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, it came. Same time, around 10 at night, just after dinner, while I was pretending to read. Another knock. Soft, just one. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a box. Same duct tape, same red fragile sticker, same silence. I didn't bring it inside. Not this time. I left it on the porch, just stood there staring at it, heart pounding, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of it. The screen went black as soon as I pressed the button. Just shut off completely. When I turned it back on, the image wasn't in my gallery. I tried again with a spare phone I'd bought the day before. Nothing. The moment the camera pointed at the box, the screen glitched and froze. It was like the box couldn't be recorded, couldn't be saved. I left it there overnight. In the morning, it was gone. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign it had ever been there at all. Just my porch, empty again. And in the middle of my welcome mat, a single item left behind. A key. I didn't touch the key for over an hour. I just stared at it from the other side of the glass door like it might disappear again if I blinked too long. It was small, brass, and worn smooth. No markings, no tag. Just a single, ordinary key lying in the center of my welcome mat like it belonged there. I opened the door and crouched down slowly, trying not to make any sudden moves. I don't know why. I was alone. But it felt like I was being watched again, and this time I didn't even bother to look for the van. I picked the key up. It was cold. No note, no box, no explanation. I took it inside, set it on the table, and backed away from it like it might bite. I didn't touch it again all day. That night, I stayed up scrolling through every locksmith forum I could find, looking at key types, blank codes, anything that might help me figure out what kind of lock it fit. I learned more than I ever needed to about pin tumblers, warded locks, and how many possible cuts a standard house key can have. None of it helped. I tried it on every door in my house. No match. I didn't expect one, but I had to check. At 2 a.m, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at it under the overhead light like it might start speaking. I remember thinking, what if I'm not supposed to use it yet? What if I already have? That's when I noticed the envelope on my counter. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. Smaller than the last one, plain white, no name. Inside was a photo, just one this time. It was me, walking. Not recent, it had to be at least a month old. I was wearing my blue jacket, the one I lost on the train back in March. I was crossing a parking lot toward my old apartment, earbuds in, head down, completely unaware. But the angle it was taken from was strange, too high for a normal person. I flipped the photo over. A date was scribbled on the back in black marker. Not the day the photo was taken, tomorrow. That's when I started to understand. The key wasn't for something here. It was for something else. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on the edge of my bed with the key in my hand and the photo face down beside me, trying to piece together what was happening. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were guiding me. Not with threats, not with force. With permission. That's what the key felt like. Not an order, not a message. An invitation. And for the first time since this all started, I wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I left the house early the next morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't take the car. I walked, with the key tucked into my jacket pocket and the photo in my back pocket, folded in half like it was mine. I didn't know where I was going until I got there. It was an old self-storage facility on the west side of town. I'd passed it dozens of times over the years, but never paid much attention. It had one of those faded signs with crooked letters and a number to call that no one ever answers. The front gate was open. No one at the desk. The place was empty, quiet. Rows of steel doors stretching down long concrete corridors that smelled like dust and oil and old cardboard. I didn't need a map. I turned left, then right, then stopped at Unit 37. The door was painted red, same color as the fragile sticker. The key slid into the lock like it had been waiting. I hesitated just for a second. Then I turned it. The latch popped with a soft clunk. The overhead bulb in the corridor flickered once. Then I lifted the door. Inside it was dark. No light, no motion. Just shelves. Floor-to-ceiling metal racks, maybe 10 feet deep. Every inch of them filled with cardboard boxes, all identical. Same size, same duct tape, same red sticker. Some were labeled, some weren't. Some had names, most didn't. There had to be hundreds of them. I stepped inside. It felt like walking into a library where nothing had ever been read. I ran my fingers along the boxes, not really sure what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a box with my name on it. Printed in bold marker across the top flap, underneath a date, today's date. I opened it. Inside was a phone. Not a burner this time, a smartphone, standard, black case. It vibrated the moment I picked it up. No lock screen, no password. Just a single open window, a video. I pressed play. It was a live stream. Of me, standing in the storage unit, holding the phone. I looked up, then back down at the screen. The feed was live. No delay. A perfect mirror, 1 second behind. I turned slowly, heart hammering, scanning the corners of the unit. No visible camera, no sound, just the quiet hum of the corridor bulb and the echo of my own breathing. Then, on the screen, a second video window popped open. Split screen. On the right, a live feed of someone else, a woman, not the one from before, a different one, walking through her apartment, towel on her head, brushing her teeth. No awareness that anyone was watching. Below the video were two buttons, archive and forward. That was it. No names, no instructions, just options. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, I put the phone back in the box. I closed the lid. I locked the unit behind me. I walked home. That was 4 days ago. No more packages have come. No more photos, no more knocks, no more vans. Just silence. But sometimes at night, I still think about those two buttons. Archive, forward. And I wonder how many people actually press them. I never told anyone about the storage unit. Not the police, not my coworkers, not the few friends I still talk to, not even my brother, who's the kind of guy who would believe me without asking for proof. Because that's the thing about stories like this, once you say them out loud, they stop sounding real. The more detail you give, the less anyone believes. It becomes easier to assume something's wrong with you, not the world. Safer too. So I stayed quiet. The phone stayed in the box. The box stayed in the unit. And the key stayed in my desk drawer, where I could see it every morning when I reached for my wallet. For the first few days, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise at night made me freeze. I kept checking the window, waiting to see the van again, but nothing came. Not a sound, not a message. The air around me stopped vibrating. It was like they were done with me. And for a while, I believed that. But then something strange started happening. I started noticing other people. Not in the obvious sense. Not staring at me or following me. Not others, like you see in movies, lurking in black coats. Just other people. At coffee shops, on the bus, at the library, people who sat too still, who didn't touch their drinks, who didn't scroll their phones, people who watched. Not me, just everything. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. A certain stillness, a focus, like they're waiting for something to happen, and they already know what it's going to be. That's when I understood. I hadn't been singled out. I'd been inducted. Not into a club, not a cult, just a system, a pattern, something old and invisible and quiet that most people pass by without ever noticing. But once you open that first box, you stop being most people. It's been 3 weeks since I went to the storage unit. I went back once. I told myself I wasn't going to open the box, that I just needed to know if it was still there, but I already knew it would be. Same box, same phone, same 2 buttons. Only this time, there were more names on the shelves. Labeled, tagged, dated. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them near the bottom, close to the wall, had today's date on it, just like mine did the first time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The phone in my box vibrated when I touched it, the same way it did before. It lit up on its own. There was no live stream this time, no face, just text. You understand now. I didn't reply. I put it back and left. When I got home, there was nothing on the porch, nothing in the mail, nothing under the mat. But there was a man sitting on the bench across the street. Middle-aged, business casual, paper cup in hand. He never looked at me. But I knew. He'd opened his box, too. That's how this works. You're given a glimpse, a key, a choice, and whether you use it or not, you're marked by it, changed. Your role begins the second you know. There's no ceremony, no reward, no speech. Just silence. And responsibility, because this isn't a chain of violence. It's a chain of observation, and now I'm part of it. It took me a while to make peace with that. At first, I thought I'd go to the police again, try to push harder, bring them the key, demand an investigation. But what would I say? That I was being watched by people who didn't threaten me. That I was sent a phone that let me look into people's lives, and instead of turning it over, I kept it. That I was curious? There's no way to say that and come out clean. So I chose something else. I made a decision. I went to the unit one last time. I brought a fresh phone, factory reset, no accounts. I opened the box, picked up the original phone, and watched the screen light up again. Another stream. Another woman. Different this time, older. Maybe in her 50s, watering plants, listening to music, completely unaware. Below her feed, the buttons. Archive, forward. I didn't touch them. Not for a long time. And when I finally did, I pressed archive. The screen went black. That's all that happened. No confirmation, no sound. Just gone. I put the phone back in the box and closed the lid. When I stepped outside, the sky was just starting to turn. That soft pink blue that comes before sunrise, where the air smells faintly like electricity. The world was still the same. But I wasn't. I didn't feel proud or brave. I just felt steady, like I'd finally settled into whatever this is. And now, I think I understand my place. I don't get to walk away, but I do get to choose. Every day. What to see, what to pass on, what to stop. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this whole thing doesn't exist to create harm, but to decide who lets it happen, who passes it forward without thinking, who looks, shrugs, and clicks. There are more units, more shelves, more boxes, more people waking up to a world that doesn't quite fit the shape they thought it had. And some of them will press forward. But not me. Not today. Tomorrow, maybe. But not today. We'd camped at this spot at least 3 or 4 times before, always drawn by its isolated beauty. It was a hidden gem, far from the crowded campsites that attracted noisy families and groups of weekend partiers. Instead, this place offered something precious: silence, solitude, and the raw serenity of untouched nature. It was exactly the kind of escape we needed to shake off the stress and chaos of everyday life. When we arrived, it was already late afternoon. Golden sunlight filtered gently through the tall trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air smelled fresh and earthy, like pine needles in wet soil after rain. We set up our small two-person tent in the usual spot, near a clearing with an old stone fire pit. It was the same routine as always: unfolding sleeping bags, unpacking food supplies, gathering dry wood for a fire. Everything seemed completely normal, perfect even. Yet somehow something felt off this time. It wasn't anything obvious, just an unsettling feeling in my gut. I glanced over at Emma, my girlfriend, and saw a faint flicker of unease cross her face too. Though neither of us mentioned it, we silently agreed to brush it off. It was probably just the fatigue from a long drive, nothing more. As the sun began to set, the forest around us slowly transformed. Familiar shapes blurred into shadows, and the tranquil atmosphere we loved so much suddenly felt a little less comforting. Still, we started a small fire, cooked a quick meal of hot dogs and beans, and talked softly, mostly about nothing important. Our conversation drifted lazily as darkness settled in, punctuated only by the gentle crackle of flames and the occasional hoot of an owl somewhere deeper in the woods. Around 11 o'clock, we finally crawled into our tent, zipping it shut behind us and slipping into our sleeping bags. I remember thinking how strange it was that the normal peace of the forest suddenly felt heavy and oppressive, like the silence itself was listening. I must have dozed off briefly because I woke up suddenly to a noise, a faint rustling sound coming from somewhere just outside the tent. At first, I assumed it was just an animal wandering around, maybe a raccoon or squirrel. But as I lay there, still and silent, the sound became clearer. It wasn't random movements. It was steady, deliberate footsteps, pacing slowly around our campsite. "Emma," I whispered, gently nudging her shoulder. She stirred sleepily at first, but then tensed up immediately when she heard the sound too. "What is it?" she whispered back, her voice strained. "I don't know," I murmured, trying not to let fear creep into my voice. "Maybe just a deer or something." But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. Animals moved erratically, pausing, sniffing the ground. These footsteps were methodical, like a human carefully placing one foot in front of the other. Emma sat up slightly, holding her breath as we both listened. After a few tense minutes, the footsteps stopped. Silence returned, but not the comfortable kind we usually enjoyed. This silence felt charged, full of unseen eyes watching us. Against my better judgment, I slowly unzipped the tent and peered out into the darkness. The fire had nearly burned down to embers, barely lighting the area around it. The trees stood motionless, their branches forming dark shapes against the starlit sky. Nothing moved. No animals, no people, just emptiness. I stepped outside cautiously, my bare feet cold against the dew-covered grass. I scanned the perimeter, expecting to see something or someone hiding in the shadows, but there was nothing. "See anything?" Emma whispered nervously from inside the tent. "No, it's clear," I replied softly, forcing confidence into my voice. Probably just my imagination. I returned to the tent, zipped it shut, and tried to relax, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept replaying the sound of footsteps, the image of the darkened woods around our campsite, and that nagging sensation that someone or something had been there, watching us. Somehow, we drifted off again, only to wake once more a couple of hours later. This time the disturbance was different. Whispers. Quiet, indistinct whispers floating through the air from somewhere nearby. I couldn't make out words exactly, just the muffled sound of voices, gentle and persistent, as if a conversation were taking place just beyond our tent walls. My heart began to pound harder in my chest. Emma grabbed my hand tightly, squeezing it to the point of discomfort. Neither of us dared to speak or move, afraid that whoever or whatever was outside might hear us. The whispering continued for a few minutes, then abruptly stopped, leaving us with nothing but the sound of our own panicked breathing. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me again. I carefully unzipped the tent, just a few inches, and peeked outside. At first, everything looked the same as before, stillness and shadows, but as my eyes adjusted, I caught sight of something by the dying embers of the campfire. Standing there was the faint outline of a figure, barely illuminated by the fading glow. It was a man dressed in clothing that seemed strangely outdated, like something a hunter or trapper might wear long ago. He stood motionless, facing away from the tent, looking down into the fire pit. "Hey," I called softly, trying to sound casual despite the fear rising within me. "You okay out there?" The figure didn't move at first, as if he hadn't heard me. Then, very slowly, his head turned slightly toward the tent. For just a brief moment, his face was visible, a pale, expressionless face partially hidden beneath the brim of an old hat. Emma gasped softly beside me, gripping my arm harder. But before I could speak again, the figure stepped back into the shadows of the trees, silently disappearing from view. I quickly crawled out of the tent, shining a flashlight into the woods, desperately searching for any sign of the man. But he was gone, completely vanished, leaving behind no footprints, no noise, nothing. Just emptiness and silence, as if he'd never been there at all. "What was that?" Emma asked shakily, her voice barely audible. I don't know," I answered honestly, my own voice trembling now. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. We both knew we'd seen something standing by our fire, watching us. Sleep was impossible after that. We sat awake, huddled together inside the tent, waiting anxiously for dawn, listening for sounds we prayed wouldn't return. The woods around us felt alive with unseen eyes, filled with the presence of something we couldn't understand. As daylight finally broke, revealing the familiar shapes of trees and rocks around us, we emerged from the tent, relieved but shaken. and that's when we saw them objects scattered around the fire pit, partially buried in dirt and leaves. Rusty tools, an old knife, fragments of pottery, things that hadn't been there yesterday, things someone or something had left for us to find. We stood there silently, just staring at the strange assortment of old objects scattered around our campsite. Rusted metal tools, a chipped ceramic plate, a knife so worn by time it was barely recognizable. None of these things had been here yesterday. Yet somehow they had appeared overnight, half buried around our fire pit, waiting patiently for us to notice them. Emma bent down cautiously, her eyes wide as she brushed dirt from a piece of metal protruding from the ground. She lifted it carefully, revealing a small rusted hatchet. The wooden handle had long since rotted away, leaving only the corroded head pitted and worn. It looked ancient, far older than anything I'd expect to find abandoned out here. "Where did this stuff come from?" she whispered, her voice tight with anxiety. "There's no way we could have missed it yesterday, right?" "No way," I said, trying to sound reassuring but failing miserably. I kneeled beside her, examining the objects more closely. They weren't just old, they seemed deliberately placed, almost arranged in a crude circle around the fire pit. My stomach twisted into a knot, unease settling deeper within me. Someone or something had been here while we slept, silently moving around our tent, placing these artifacts carefully for us to discover. "Maybe someone's playing a sick prank," Emma suggested nervously, though even she didn't seem convinced. "Who would do something like this, though?" I replied, shaking my head. "We're miles from anyone else. There's no other campsites near here." Emma didn't respond, just stared down at the objects with an expression somewhere between fascination and dread. I stood back up, scanning the tree line cautiously. The woods appeared perfectly normal in daylight, the early morning sun casting gentle beams of light through the branches. But beneath that calm exterior, something still felt deeply wrong. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, watching us intently, waiting to see what we'd do next. "We should pack up and leave," Emma finally said, breaking the tense silence. "I don't think we should stay another night." I hesitated, torn between agreeing with her and wanting to convince myself we were both overreacting. After all, nothing had actually happened to us, not directly, anyway. But deep down, I knew she was right. Something here wasn't natural or safe, and the longer we stayed, the more likely we'd discover exactly what that something was. "Let's at least get our stuff ready," I finally agreed. "We can decide for sure once we're packed." Emma nodded silently, clearly relieved. We moved quickly, rolling up our sleeping bags, collapsing the tent, and gathering our belongings. As we worked, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being watched, eyes following our every movement from just beyond the shadows. Every now and then, I glanced nervously into the trees, half expecting to see the mysterious figure from the night before standing there again, observing silently from the distance. As we loaded the gear into our car, I suddenly realized how quiet it had gotten around us. The usual sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and insects humming had faded away completely, replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed almost unnatural. I paused for a moment, listening intently, but heard nothing. No wind, no animals, just silence. "Emma, listen," I whispered, my voice barely audible. She stopped what she was doing and stood beside me, her eyes widening as she noticed it too. "It's too quiet," she murmured nervously, like everything just stopped. We stood frozen for several tense moments, straining our ears for any sound that might break the oppressive silence. Then, just as suddenly as it had disappeared, the silence was shattered by a soft rustling noise coming from behind us, near the edge of our campsite. We spun around quickly, hearts racing, eyes darting frantically toward the source of the sound. At first, I saw nothing, just empty woods and shadows. But then, barely visible through the branches, I caught a glimpse of movement, a fleeting shape slipping silently between trees. "Did you see that?" Emma asked urgently, grabbing my arm tightly. I nodded quickly, pulse pounding in my ears. Someone's out there. We stood motionless, staring into the trees, holding our breath. Seconds stretched into agonizing minutes, but nothing else moved. No more sounds, no more shadows, just stillness again, leaving us questioning if we'd seen anything at all. "Maybe it was just an animal," Emma suggested weakly, though neither of us truly believed it. "Maybe," I said, unable to keep the doubt from my voice. "But let's finish loading up fast. I don't want to stick around to find out." We resumed our task, moving quicker now, driven by urgency and fear. Just as we finished packing our gear, ready to climb into the car and leave this unsettling place behind, I heard a faint whisper, drifting softly through the trees toward us. Emma froze beside me, eyes wide with panic as she clearly heard it too. The whispers grew louder, closer, overlapping each other in a quiet chorus of indistinct voices. It felt like they surrounded us, echoing gently through the air, coming from every direction at once. "Get in the car," I shouted, panic taking hold completely. We rushed toward the vehicle, hearts pounding, adrenaline surging. But just as I reached the driver's door, I glanced back toward the campsite, and my blood turned to ice. The figure was back. He stood at the edge of our clearing, perfectly still, partially obscured by shadows, but unmistakably the same man from the night before. His clothing was worn and ragged, face hidden beneath the wide brim of his hat. This time he stared directly at us, unmoving, silent. Emma followed my gaze, gasping in fear as she saw him too. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised his arm, pointing toward the spot where we had found the old artifacts earlier that morning. He stood motionless, as if waiting for us to understand something important. "Just get in," Emma whispered desperately, tugging at my sleeve. I hesitated briefly, eyes locked onto the mysterious figure. But before I could move, he turned and stepped silently back into the shadows, disappearing completely from view. We climbed quickly into the car, locking doors behind us, breathless and shaken. As we drove away from the campsite, leaving the strange objects and eerie events behind, a single thought echoed relentlessly in my mind. Whoever or whatever that man was, he hadn't been trying to harm us, at least not yet. He had been trying to show us something, something buried and forgotten, hidden beneath layers of earth and memory, waiting patiently for someone to uncover its secrets. As our car sped down the rough dirt road away from the haunted campground, I knew one thing with chilling certainty. We hadn't escaped whatever was happening here. It was only just beginning. The drive out of the campground was quiet, almost suffocating. Neither of us spoke for the first 20 minutes. It felt like words couldn't adequately describe the unsettling events we'd just experienced. Emma sat rigidly in the passenger seat, staring blankly ahead, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white, keeping my eyes fixed on the narrow dirt road winding through the dense woods, trying not to imagine seeing that mysterious figure again among the trees. Eventually, once we hit the main highway and the surroundings became more familiar, Emma finally broke the silence. "What do you think he was trying to show us?" she asked quietly, her voice shaky with anxiety. "Those old things buried by the fire," he kept pointing at them. "I don't know," I admitted honestly, glancing at her quickly before returning my gaze to the road. Maybe something happened out there a long time ago, something bad enough to leave a mark. She nodded slightly, biting her lip thoughtfully. "Do you think we should tell someone, like the rangers or the police?" I hesitated. Would they even believe us? We barely believed ourselves, and we'd been there. "Maybe," I said finally. "But what would we even say? That we saw a ghost or something? I'm not sure anyone would take us seriously." She sighed heavily, clearly frustrated by the lack of answers. "So what now? Do we just pretend none of this ever happened?" "Honestly, I wish we could," I said grimly, glancing at her again. "But I don't think it's going to be that easy." We drove the rest of the way home in uncomfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts. By the time we reached our small suburban house, the sun had dipped low on the horizon, bathing everything in shades of deep orange and pink. But the comforting sight of our familiar home did little to ease the lingering dread that had settled inside me. Whatever we'd encountered in those woods, I had a feeling it wouldn't simply vanish because we'd left the campsite. That night, sleep didn't come easily for either of us. We lay awake, listening to the quiet creaks and groans of the house, constantly questioning whether each sound was harmless or something more sinister. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, pulling me into a restless sleep filled with uneasy dreams. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight streamed cheerfully through our bedroom window, making the previous day's events seem distant and unreal, like some half-remembered nightmare. But as we settled back into our daily routines over the next few days, strange little things began happening around our home, nothing obvious or threatening, just subtle oddities that gradually eroded any sense of normalcy or safety. Small objects would disappear, only to reappear later in places neither of us remembered putting them. Doors we were certain we'd closed would somehow be ajar when we returned to a room, and at night, faint whispers would drift through the silence, barely audible but undeniably present. Emma and I rarely discussed these occurrences at first, each silently hoping the other hadn't noticed. But soon, the cumulative weight of all those minor disturbances became impossible to ignore or explain away. One evening, after finding the kitchen cabinet inexplicably wide open again, Emma finally turned to me with frustration and fear in her eyes. "It's happening here now, isn't it?" she asked quietly, her voice tight with anxiety. "Whatever was out there at the campsite, it followed us home." I hesitated, not wanting to admit what I'd already started to suspect myself. But she was right. The evidence was undeniable. "I think so," I replied softly, reaching out to gently squeeze her hand. "I'm so sorry, Emma. I never thought anything like this could happen." She squeezed back tightly, determination mixing with the fear in her expression. "We need to figure out why," she said firmly. "Maybe if we can understand what's going on, we can make it stop." The next day, driven by a sense of urgency and desperation, we began researching the campground and surrounding area, hoping to uncover clues or historical records that might explain our experiences. It wasn't easy. Our secluded spot wasn't listed on any official websites or maps, and it took hours of digging through local history forums and digital archives before we finally found something promising. Buried deep within an old newspaper article from nearly 70 years ago was a brief mention of a hunter named Samuel Thornton, who'd gone missing in the woods surrounding our campsite and was never found. According to the article, Samuel had been camping alone when he vanished, leaving behind his gear and a smoldering campfire. Despite an extensive search, no trace of him was ever discovered. My heart raced as I read the short piece, immediately convinced we'd found the identity of the mysterious figure haunting us. I showed Emma the article, watching her eyes widen in shock and recognition. "It's him," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Samuel Thornton, that has to be him." "But why?" I asked quietly, feeling both relief and renewed confusion. "Why would his spirit or whatever it is follow us?" Emma frowned thoughtfully, rereading the article carefully. "It says he disappeared without a trace. Maybe he's trying to tell us what happened to him, or show us something about his disappearance." I nodded slowly, the pieces beginning to fit together. The artifacts around our fire pit, maybe he was guiding us towards something. Maybe there's more evidence out there, clues that could finally solve the mystery of what happened to him. Emma looked at me uncertainly, clearly torn between wanting to help and fearing further encounters. "Do you think we should go back?" The question hung heavily between us. The idea of returning to the haunted campground filled me with dread, but the thought of continuing to live with these unexplained disturbances felt equally unbearable. If going back meant putting this to rest, maybe it was worth facing our fears head on. "I think we have to," I said finally, my voice steady despite my unease. "We won't find answers anywhere else." We spent the next few days preparing carefully, gathering equipment, researching outdoor survival tips, and mentally steeling ourselves for the return journey. By the time we finally set out again toward the remote campsite, I felt a strange combination of determination and apprehension, like we were being pulled inexorably toward something inevitable and significant. As we drove deeper into the woods, retracing our path along the narrow dirt road, I glanced over at Emma and saw mirrored in her expression the same quiet resolve I felt. We didn't know exactly what we'd find waiting for us this time, but we knew one thing for certain: we couldn't turn back now. When we finally arrived at the familiar clearing, our campsite appeared undisturbed, at least at first glance. But stepping out of the car, I immediately sensed the heavy presence that had enveloped us before. It felt as though the forest itself had been patiently waiting, expecting our return. And just as we began unloading our gear, a faint whisper drifted toward us from somewhere deep within the trees, a gentle voice carried softly on the wind. "You're here," it murmured quietly. "You came back." My pulse quickened, adrenaline surging as Emma and I exchanged a nervous glance. Samuel Thornton was here again, watching and waiting, ready at last to share whatever secrets he'd kept hidden all these years. The whisper faded gently into silence, but the words echoed persistently inside my head. "You're here. You came back." Emma stood rigid beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. We exchanged a glance, neither of us daring to speak yet. The familiar clearing around our campsite seemed both comforting and sinister at once, like returning to a place that no longer felt safe or welcoming. We finished unloading our gear in silence, both hyper-aware of every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs beneath our feet. This time, there was no playful banter or cheerful chatter as we set up camp. Instead, we moved quietly and quickly, driven by a sense of urgency that made our movements sharp and deliberate. The sun dipped lower toward the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees and deepening the sense of unease I felt growing steadily inside me. Once we'd set up the tent and started a small fire, we sat beside it, staring quietly into the flames as they crackled softly. Neither of us seemed willing to be the first to break the silence, as if speaking might shatter the fragile peace we'd managed to carve out for ourselves. But we both knew the peace wouldn't last. Whatever presence had greeted us upon our return wouldn't remain quiet or hidden for long. As darkness crept slowly across the clearing, wrapping everything in shades of gray and black, I felt my pulse quicken again, adrenaline tingling in my fingertips. Finally, Emma spoke, her voice quiet but firm. "If Samuel Thornton really is trying to show us something, we have to help him. Maybe it's the only way he'll leave us alone." I nodded slowly, unable to deny the logic in her words. "You're right, but where do we start?" Emma glanced toward the fire pit, where we'd first discovered the strange artifacts. "He kept pointing there," she said softly. "Maybe we missed something." We stood up slowly, approaching the fire pit together with hesitant steps. Our flashlights cut bright beams through the darkness, illuminating the patchy earth around the stone circle. Kneeling side by side, we began carefully digging with our hands, sifting gently through layers of dirt and leaves. At first, nothing unusual appeared, just more earth and small stones, but then my fingers brushed against something solid and cold beneath the surface. Heart racing, I carefully cleared away dirt, revealing a small rusted metal box, corroded with age and weathered by time. Emma leaned closer, shining her flashlight directly onto it. "Open it," she urged gently, clearly anxious but determined. Taking a deep breath, I pried the lid open with trembling hands. Inside, carefully wrapped in what remained of faded cloth, was a collection of personal belongings: a worn pocket watch with cracked glass, a small leather-bound journal nearly disintegrated with age, and a faded black-and-white photograph of a man standing proudly beside an old hunting cabin. We stared down at the objects in quiet awe. "This must have belonged to him," Emma whispered, carefully lifting the photograph from the box. "This has to be Samuel." I studied the image closely. The man in the photo looked strong and confident, smiling slightly beneath a wide-brimmed hat, the same hat worn by the mysterious figure who'd appeared near our campfire. I felt a strange pang of sadness, as if we'd uncovered something deeply personal and tragic. "Check the journal," Emma urged softly. "Maybe it has answers." I opened the fragile book carefully, the brittle pages threatening to crumble beneath my fingertips. Most of the writing had faded with time, leaving only faint traces of ink behind. But a few pages near the end remained somewhat legible, words standing out clearly despite the damage. As we read together by flashlight, Samuel Thornton's story began slowly to unfold, a series of brief, anxious entries describing increasingly strange experiences in the woods around his campsite. He wrote of feeling watched, of whispers in the night, and of a shadowy presence that seemed always just beyond the edges of his vision. The final entry sent chills racing down my spine. "I don't know what's happening anymore. Something is here with me. I feel it watching, waiting. I think it's angry. I won't sleep tonight. If anyone finds this, please leave. Get out while you still can." Emma and I stared at each other in stunned silence, the weight of Samuel's words settling heavily over us. He was experiencing the same things we are. She finally said, her voice barely audible, "He wasn't trying to scare us. He was trying to warn us." I nodded slowly, heart pounding hard against my ribs. But warn us about what? What exactly was he afraid of? Before Emma could respond, a sudden, sharp sound shattered the quiet, a snapping branch from somewhere just beyond the firelight's glow. We both spun around quickly, flashlights darting frantically through the shadows. "Who's there?" I called out loudly, trying to mask the fear rising rapidly within me. Silence answered at first, then the whispering voices returned, soft, overlapping, growing louder and closer with each passing second. Panic surged through me, every muscle in my body tensed painfully. "We have to get out of here," Emma whispered urgently, grabbing my arm tightly. "Right now." But before we could move, the figure stepped slowly into the edge of our clearing, illuminated faintly by flickering firelight. Samuel Thornton stood silently, his pale face partially hidden beneath the brim of his old hat, eyes fixed intently upon us. I held my breath, heart racing as I forced myself to speak calmly. "Samuel, we found your belongings. We're trying to help you. Tell us what happened, please." He didn't move or respond at first, just stared silently. Then, slowly, he raised his hand once again, pointing deliberately into the darkness behind him, towards something hidden deep within the woods. "Follow," he whispered quietly, his voice faint but clear. "I'll show you." Emma glanced nervously at me, uncertainty etched clearly across her features. But we both knew turning back now wasn't an option. Whatever secrets lay hidden here, whatever tragedy Samuel had suffered, we owed it to him and ourselves to see this through. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I nodded firmly. "Lead the way." Samuel turned silently, stepping back into the shadows without another word. We followed carefully, flashlights slicing brightly through the darkness as we moved cautiously into the unknown. As we walked deeper into the woods, the whispering voices surrounded us completely, rising and falling in gentle waves, as if guiding us onward. Every step brought us closer to something hidden, something powerful, an answer Samuel desperately needed us to find. Eventually, Samuel stopped beside an ancient, twisted oak tree at the heart of the forest. Its massive roots spread wide, sinking deep into the earth. He pointed slowly downward, indicating something buried beneath layers of soil and leaves. "Here," he murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm here." Emma and I exchanged a brief, uneasy glance before kneeling silently beside the tree, preparing to dig once again. Whatever waited beneath the surface held answers we'd sought desperately since this ordeal began, answers about Samuel's fate, about the entity haunting these woods, and perhaps about the fate awaiting us too, if we weren't careful. As our fingers touched earth, I felt the heavy presence around us intensify, watching expectantly from the shadows. We were close now, closer than ever, to uncovering the truth hidden at the heart of this haunted campground. My fingers dug into the cold earth beneath the twisted oak tree, Emma kneeling silently beside me. The soil was damp and compact, stubbornly resisting our attempts to uncover what lay hidden below. Each handful of dirt revealed nothing at first, just more dirt, small roots, and tiny fragments of stones that scratched against our palms. But the weight of Samuel's gaze, quiet yet intense, compelled us onward. We knew without speaking that whatever waited beneath us was important, something Samuel desperately needed us to find. The whispers around us continued, softer now but constant, like a distant murmur carried on the wind. I glanced up briefly, noticing Samuel's figure still standing silently nearby, watching our progress. His pale, expressionless face remained partially obscured beneath his hat, but I felt his eyes locked onto us, filled with silent anticipation. Finally, after several tense minutes of digging, my hand brushed against something solid, a hard, uneven surface buried deeply beneath layers of soil. My heart jumped sharply. Emma saw my reaction, her eyes wide with apprehension as she leaned closer, shining her flashlight onto the spot. "Careful," she whispered urgently, watching as I carefully cleared more dirt away. Slowly, painstakingly, I revealed what was buried beneath us, a small mound of old, crumbling fabric, wrapped tightly around something solid and heavy. As we cleared the last bit of dirt, the shape became unmistakably clear. It was a set of human remains, bones wrapped loosely in what remained of decayed clothing, now barely recognizable from decades spent beneath the ground. Emma gasped sharply, pulling back instinctively. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, hands trembling as I stared at the skeletal remains lying exposed in the earth. Neither of us spoke at first. The weight of what we'd just uncovered hung heavily between us, impossible to ignore or dismiss. "This has to be Samuel," Emma finally whispered, her voice shaking. "He's been here all this time." I nodded slowly, my throat tightening painfully. Samuel Thornton had vanished from these woods nearly 70 years ago, and now, after all this time, we'd finally found him. His ghostly presence had guided us here, desperate for anyone to uncover the truth hidden beneath the twisted roots of the oak tree. We both turned slowly toward Samuel's figure, still standing quietly at the edge of the clearing. He stared silently at the uncovered remains, sadness radiating from his pale, shadowed face. "Samuel," I spoke softly, struggling to keep my voice steady, "we found you. We know what happened now. It's okay, you can rest." He didn't move at first, as if processing the gravity of the moment. Then, very slowly, he stepped forward, moving toward the spot where his earthly remains lay exposed. Emma and I watched nervously, unsure what would happen next. Samuel knelt beside the shallow grave, his form flickering slightly, becoming more transparent. He reached out gently, fingers hovering just above the bones. A profound sadness washed over his features, his shoulders slumping slightly, as if suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of decades lost. "I never wanted to frighten anyone," he finally murmured, voice faint and trembling, "but I needed someone to know, to understand. I couldn't move on, couldn't leave this place until someone found me, until someone knew the truth." Emma stepped closer, compassion overcoming her fear. "What happened, Samuel? How did you end up here?" Samuel's eyes rose to meet ours, filled with quiet sorrow. "I came here to hunt. I'd visited this place many times before, always alone, always peaceful. But that night was different. Something else was in these woods, something angry, something dark." He hesitated briefly, glancing uneasily into the surrounding shadows. "It didn't want me here. I felt its anger, its resentment, but I ignored it. I told myself it was nothing, just superstition. Then the whispers started, the footsteps circling my campsite, and before I realized the danger, it was too late." "What was it?" I asked carefully, dread twisting sharply inside me. Samuel shook his head sadly. "I don't know exactly, but whatever haunts these woods isn't human. Not anymore. It feeds on fear, on loneliness and desperation. It trapped me here, isolated me, took my strength. In the end, it left me here to die alone, forgotten. His words chilled me deeply. Emma reached out instinctively, grasping my hand tightly, her fingers trembling. "But why us?" she asked gently, voice barely audible. "Why did it choose us?" Samuel's gaze softened slightly, empathy flickering across his ghostly face. "You were isolated, vulnerable just as I was. It sensed your loneliness, your stress. It saw an opportunity. But unlike me, you had each other. That bond kept you safe, protected you enough to fight back." He paused, glancing back at his remains with a bittersweet expression. "I'm sorry I had to involve you, but you were my only hope. I needed someone who could understand, who could free me from this endless cycle." Emma nodded slowly, compassion clear in her eyes. "You deserved better than this," she said softly. "We'll make sure you're remembered properly. We'll let people know the truth about what happened here." Samuel smiled faintly, genuine relief washing over him. "That's all I've ever wanted. To be remembered, to finally find peace." As he spoke, his form became more transparent, fading gently into the shadows around us. "Thank you," he murmured softly, voice fading gradually. "You gave me back my story, my dignity. Now I can rest." Within moments, Samuel was gone, leaving only silence behind. The whispers faded too, retreating into the darkness, leaving Emma and me alone beside the unearthed grave. We stood quietly for several minutes, processing everything we'd learned, the profound sadness of Samuel's fate settling heavily between us. "What now?" Emma finally asked quietly, glancing at me with weary eyes. "We call the authorities," I said firmly. "We tell them everything. Samuel deserves a proper burial, and people should know the truth about this place." Emma nodded silently, clearly relieved. Together, we carefully reburied Samuel's remains, marking the spot with a small stone cairn until authorities could arrive. By the time we finished, dawn had begun creeping over the horizon, gentle rays of sunlight filtering through the trees and chasing away lingering shadows. We packed our gear quietly, both exhausted but strangely at peace. As we climbed back into the car, leaving the haunted campground behind for the final time, a sense of closure washed gently over us. We'd faced the unknown, confronted our deepest fears, and found answers hidden beneath layers of earth and memory. Driving back toward civilization, I glanced at Emma, noticing a subtle change in her expression, a quiet strength and resilience born from what we'd experienced together. Despite everything we'd endured, or perhaps because of it, we were stronger now, connected deeply by the shared burden of Samuel Thornton's story. And though the memories of our time at the haunted campground would never truly fade, we'd learned to carry them without fear. We'd faced the darkness together and emerged stronger, wiser, and more prepared to confront whatever future challenges awaited us. The drive back home felt different this time. The oppressive heaviness we'd grown accustomed to had lifted, replaced by a profound sense of relief and clarity. Emma sat quietly beside me, her eyes focused thoughtfully on the road ahead. Though neither of us spoke immediately, It felt like there was no longer a need to fill the silence with nervous reassurances or anxious speculation. Instead, we embraced the quiet comfort of having confronted our fears and finally found closure. Once we reached cell service, we pulled off the highway and called the local sheriff's department. Explaining the situation was complicated, we told them about discovering human remains at the campsite, carefully omitting Samuel's ghostly presence, knowing they wouldn't believe us. The dispatcher assured us they'd send a deputy to meet us at a nearby gas station where we could give a formal statement. When the deputy arrived, he listened carefully, jotting down notes as we described finding the buried belongings and remains beneath the oak tree. He seemed skeptical at first, asking several pointed questions, but as we continued, our sincerity and genuine distress appeared to convince him. He assured us they'd investigate thoroughly, promising Samuel Thornton would finally get the dignity he deserved. Back home, the familiar surroundings of our house felt comforting in a way they hadn't in weeks. It was as though the lingering presence that had followed us from the campground had finally released its grip, allowing us to reclaim our lives. That night, we slept peacefully for the first time in days, unburdened by whispers or strange disturbances. In the days that followed, local authorities launched an official investigation into the site. Our discovery sparked considerable interest, prompting historians and journalists to explore Samuel Thornton's story, piecing together a clearer picture of his life and tragic disappearance. The community quickly embraced his memory, turning him into a figure of local folklore, someone to honor and remember rather than fear. One afternoon, several weeks after we'd left the campground for the final time, Emma and I received an invitation to attend a memorial service arranged by the town to properly lay Samuel to rest. We accepted without hesitation, eager for the chance to witness the peaceful closure we'd helped bring about. On the day of the memorial, we drove back toward the woods that had changed our lives so profoundly. This time, however, we weren't alone. A small group of townspeople, historians, and journalists had gathered near the entrance to the woods, along with a local minister who would preside over the ceremony. Together, we walked slowly toward the oak tree, the place where Samuel had spent decades hidden beneath the earth. Now, the area had been respectfully cleared and carefully marked with a small stone memorial bearing his name and dates. A gentle breeze rustled softly through the branches above, creating a quiet whisper that felt peaceful rather than unsettling. The minister spoke kindly about Samuel Thornton, acknowledging the mystery and tragedy of his disappearance, while honoring his life and courage. Emma reached out and squeezed my hand gently, offering silent reassurance as we listened. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed slowly, many pausing briefly to offer condolences or express gratitude for our role in uncovering Samuel's remains. Eventually, Emma and I stood alone by the memorial, quietly paying our respects. In that quiet moment, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, nothing frightening or alarming, just a soft sense of warmth and gratitude that seemed to surround us gently. Emma noticed it too, glancing at me with an understanding smile. "He finally found peace," she whispered softly, eyes glistening slightly. He's free now. I nodded slowly, emotions tightening my throat. We did the right thing. Coming back here was the hardest decision we ever made, but it was worth it. Emma leaned her head against my shoulder, both of us silently acknowledging the strength we'd discovered within ourselves and each other. After a moment, we turned together and began the walk back toward our car, leaving the memorial behind with a sense of peace and finality. Over the following months, life gradually returned to normal, or at least something resembling normal. Emma and I talked openly about our experience, leaning on each other as we processed lingering emotions and memories. We realized that although the ordeal had been terrifying, it had also taught us something vital about ourselves: the importance of connection, courage, and facing fears head on, even when answers seemed impossible to find. Our experience had changed us, reshaping our perspective on life and strengthening the bond we shared. We learned to value our relationship more deeply, grateful for having someone to lean on during difficult times. And although the memories of our time at the haunted campground never fully faded, they no longer filled us with dread or fear. Instead, they served as reminders of our strength, resilience, and the powerful lessons we'd learned together. Almost a year after discovering Samuel's remains, Emma and I decided to return once more to the campsite, not to camp overnight, but simply to visit, pay our respects, and ensure that the peaceful energy we'd left behind was still intact. The drive felt different now, filled with quiet reflection rather than anxiety. When we arrived, the clearing appeared unchanged, calm, quiet, and serene. The fire pit, now carefully cleared and restored by the townspeople, stood neatly at the center, a testament to the community's respect for Samuel's story. We wandered quietly around the familiar area, speaking softly about our memories and the journey that had brought us here. As we stood beside the oak tree, looking down at the simple stone memorial, I felt a gentle sense of closure and satisfaction settle within me. The campground, once haunted by shadows and whispers, had become something entirely different, a place of quiet remembrance, healing, and peace. Samuel Thornton had found his rest, and in doing so had granted us a powerful gift: the courage to face our fears, the wisdom to embrace life's uncertainties, and a deeper understanding of ourselves and each other. Emma reached down and placed a single wildflower gently atop Samuel's memorial, whispering quietly, "Thank you for trusting us." Together, we stood silently for a long moment, honoring the man whose story had changed our lives so profoundly. Then, hand in hand, we turned and walked slowly back toward our car, leaving the campground behind with hearts full of gratitude and peace. As we drove away, I glanced briefly in the rearview mirror, taking one last look at the peaceful clearing behind us. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a faint figure standing near the oak tree, a gentle, reassuring presence that felt warmly familiar. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving only sunlight and shadows dancing softly among the trees. Smiling quietly to myself, I squeezed Emma's hand gently, knowing without question that Samuel Thornton was finally at rest, and that, thanks to him, so were we.